Okay. Let me just make sure that all of my settings are working properly and that the capture card is making noise. And now let me tilt some cameras and pull out some screens. Okay, I think we're all set up here. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin Stamp. Coin Stamp, all one word. Most people call me Coin. Welcome on in to the start of a new Let's Play, the Tears of the Kingdom, The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, the long-awaited sequel to Breath of the Wild that expands on many of the mechanics that it has on offer. I hope I get to explore this series or this particular game with you guys really well today during these first 4 hours. Before we begin, please let me know how my audio is and let me know what you guys think about the overlays and stuff. I went for simple over fancy, but you guys could probably tell that the game title has some fancy, not the icon, but the title itself has some fancy stuff behind it. Before we get started, let me go ahead and I put in some new placards. So we have 4 placards to read through today and for the foreseeable future. I would like to thank Bright Willat, Michael DS, and Mr. Rowan Darcy for their Twitch subscription packages. Please enjoy all the emotes that come along with that. I do have a bookkeeping bit that I'll get to about those in a minute. But then I've also added the patron plaque for people who specifically use Patreon and coffee. And I also have a little bit of a coin made an error for a really long time and an update about this momentarily. But while I don't have any current patrons, I do want to thank people who maybe have used the patron service in advance. Same deal with coffee members. People who pick the continuous packages, much appreciated. And while I also don't have any one-off contributors / donators, I do want to thank people who have done so in the past. Before we get started, let me go ahead and swap some things on and off. Let me go ahead and reply to comments. Let's see, make sure. Tears of the Kingdom, Bear Type said it was real. I think I might make a habit. If I happen to get back early from my desk, I'll go ahead and start replying to comments. I think that's fair. I don't want to just sit there and wait for the comments to roll by. That's not good engagement. But only if I'm back at my desk. Pickle Schmickle on YouTube says, you're going to have so much fun finding amiibo stuff. I definitely think so. It'll be nice to have that stuff in the game baseline. And Pickle Schmickle says they're fine. How about myself? I am okay. Let me go ahead and swap scenes here. Yeah, I'm doing great. I've got a second cup of coffee right here. It's rare that it's getting to be infrequent that I have a second cup of coffee, but I want to enjoy myself with this. Let me do a little more camera adjustment. It's going to be maybe like this. As you can see, I have color-coded the overlay. If you'll notice, the border is green, and it glows. The Korok seeds are green, and it glows. I obeyed the color scheme of Tears of the Kingdom, and it's in large part it's like a deep green. Most things are like a deep green or an almost like aqua, like a sea green. Like a seafoam type of green. So that's what I tried to go with. It's possible I don't have the hues quite right yet, but Lots of stuff glows. Let me just run through my overlays real quick and turn off any irrelevant timers. And the ending screen takes a second to load because there are 3 really high quality pictures on it. The rest of the scenes load fine, but the ending one specifically has issues. Now, Tears of the Kingdom is an overview is important. It is an action-adventure game with storytelling elements in it. Developed by an internal Nintendo development company or / dev team, specifically Aonuma and his ilk. This game was released with all of its content in 2023. Baseline. Tears of the Kingdom is unique in that I should say it's unique. It's not unique for the Zelda franchise, but it is it's part of a few Switch games that don't have DLC. So what we see in Tears of the Kingdom is what we get. It's truly the baseline experience. Hey there, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit today. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know who Mr. Sizzling Seal is, you should go check him out. He streams variety content like I do. He works really hard on his streams. How have your streams been going, good sir? Let me get that shout out rolling for you. Please do give him a check out if you're on Twitch or use Twitch as your main platform. Yeah, I hope your streams have been going well, good sir. To get back to my previous topic of introducing the game, it is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild. It takes place about 5 years after the events of Breath of the Wild. So Link and Zelda are both fully fledged adults now. They're 22. They're not like teenagers having to deal with a crisis anymore. They're full-grown adults. The relationship between them will definitely be different than it was before. There are many elements of the relationship they had, but the relationship is going to take a bit of a new turn, I've been told. There are many of the same characters will exist, but shifted 5 years. Many of the same places will exist, but there's so much more on top of that. Some things do leave, notably the hardy durian is missing, but there are things in its place that serve the purpose fine. Also, there are 228 registered cooking recipes. I just want to say that there's so much more to cook. You would think they are over 100. Oh yeah, I suppose so. I guess I've read the canonical age of 22, and I guess being over 100 works for Link. What the hell did Zelda do to stay to not undergo what I'll call Hylian shrinkage? What did she do? Is the Rome family line just mystically gifted with the gift of everlasting youth? Or did Zelda go through a similar time manipulation experience that we don't know about? Anyway, we've stared at the screen long enough. It is time for us to play. I'm going to wink out the camera and the counter now. I'm also going to kill our soundboard real quick. I'm also going to wink out the chat box for a second, if that's all right with everyone.
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker. We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I paused as quickly as possible. Let's whip out the chat box here, turn on the counter and the camera. Can I just say what a faux pas that is? She doesn't even get her new royal title. Like, Zelda is now like the sitting heir to the throne. Why is she still a princess? That baffles me. Why wasn't she labeled the queen? She is now a queen. Does she need a suitor in order to be a queen? Does she need children in order to be a queen? That's so strange. Is there a regent? Like, obviously none of that stuff is true. I know that with certainty. But I find it odd that among all the things that this game has been, I've been told has been great, they didn't bother to correct the record about Zelda being the sitting ruler. If they didn't want to say queen, fine, don't. Say the ruler of Hyrule or whatever. Denote the title change. We're here at the new loading screen. Let me wink my camera out for a second. I wonder if I'm going to have to change my positions on things. I might need to move over to the right as opposed to the left. We'll have to see. But we have save, load options with the amiibo disabled. Let's not aim with motion controls. I don't want to do that. Assign jump to be okay. Let's not do that either. Message window transparency. Let's make it dark so that it's easy to read. And let's leave the information display exactly where it is. And special controls. These are basically our champion, I would guess our champion powers or the powers we're going to get later. Now I'm going to put the camera back on, and let me now actually reply to comments before we move. I did not mean to boot up DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, they're over 100, right? But the king, well, the king is dead. He's like infinity old, and plus they've actually moved on. There's no way Rome should be appearing in any capacity. He's dead, and we saw him. And the four champions, their spirits literally dissipated at the end of Breath of the Wild. Like the cutscene and stuff after the end, is they actually were able to know peace. So I think is so important. So this saga, he is old, not young. That's too true. I suppose everyone is old, not young. Well, maybe specifically Link and Zelda are old, not young. Everyone else is a normal age. Other than, like, Impa, Robbie, Pura. I don't think Impa's still hanging around in here, but if she is, she do be 100. Old. Sizzly22 feels, I know, I feel old too. I don't feel 100, but I do feel like I'm 60. I'm not gonna lie. And now let me close DaVinci Resolve because I didn't mean to open it. That takes up a lot of resources. Okay, we've paused long enough. Let's keep moving. I like that it starts us at full power. And we don't have access to any kind of, like, map or anything. For now, I'm gonna let her lead. Oh, we can talk to her. I never imagined this was all deep beneath Hyrule Castle. Okay, this is water. Alright, we need to talk to her again.
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns. Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
Okay, for now I'm gonna leave the Korok counter out of the overlay here. So, let's talk to her again, so that I don't have to keep, like, scrolling and wasting a few seconds here and there. Sizzling Seal on Twitch says, Link gonna get that Samus treatment? Too true. Although, maybe, perhaps, he just continues to be mute. I have no idea what these 5 years were like for him. Where, you know, is he still like an obligate, is he like an obligate mute? Or is it more of, oh, well, we can imagine him talking, but we're never gonna get confirmation of that. But yeah, could be Samus treatment. Beerby, very well, Pickle Schpickle. Zelda, when I was a child, I asked my father if there was anything below the castle. He told me there was, though seeing it for ourselves or even discussing the matter was forbidden. Of course, in classic Rome fashion. No one in our family knew anything more than that. All right. And I'm gonna try to talk to her basically every time, like, something big happens, because there might be dialogue. I don't want to miss it. Now, unlike the previous playthrough, this is a first-time experience for me. I have never... Like, I have seen Tears of the Kingdom, but I've never actually played it. Though, having played Breath of the Wild, it's not, so far, it's not that different. It'll probably get different after we actually start doing things. After we actually get out of this opening sequence. I can recall what my father said, even now. No one must ever venture beneath the castle, not even one of us. He said this warning had been passed down through my family for as long as anyone could remember.
Huh?
Link! Okay, this is in-game. The Master Sword. Yeah, it do be glowing now. It must be sensing something. I knew we had reason for concern. Ever since the end of the calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. What have you been doing? You should have a keybind to hide all of the overlay whenever there's a cutscene. That is a smart idea. I have been managing for a long time without that. Thank you. I'm gonna write that down. Give me 1 second. I've been functioning low like a whole decade, basically, without keybinds. I use the numpad for that because you're too poor to buy a Steam Deck. I want to say my number pad is associated with my soundboard. No, okay. I think I have I think I've used the keys on the side for that. I can bind something like that to OBS as like a quick toggle. I'll experiment on that, and hopefully there will be some results out of that. Thank you. Is the numpad toggle working for you? Are there like catches or issues with it, or man, not really. But I never could have imagined anything like these tunnels were hiding here. We must be careful as we move deeper. You gonna walk? Just walking. Talk again. We need to continue to explore this underground area, forbidden or not. The source of the gloom is down here somewhere. I feel like I'm Frodo, where I'm pulling out Sting in order to see. You know, if it weren't for Zelda, I probably would literally have to do that. These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Ah, the scholar. I love that about her. I love the fact that she isn't just some hapless dame, or like she knows like a scant bit of magic or swordplay. She knows a lot more. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none gives us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Sizzling Seal on Twitch says, yee, just saying. Yeah. You use the numpad for muting the mic and changing PNGs, but you also have the macro buttons on the keyboard to change scenes, which is quite useful. Ooh, I should have that set up. Maybe I could bind that to a numpad as well. Writing down additional things. We can listen to Zelda take many snapshots, though, while we wait. You go get them photos, gal. You go do that. I keep a little Padlet for writing down quick things that I need to like have along with a pen. I always try to have stationery ready in case I write things down. What's Zelda's Instagram? Zelda Princess of Hyrule. All one like all one thing, or like Zelda _ Hyrule. One of those two things, because Hyrule's the surname. I don't know if people knew that. It's the surname. I mean, the king introduced himself as Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule, so we know it's the surname. It's just in case people are like, it's gotta be some made-up bogey for the game to advance the plot. It's not. It's real. It's the truth. She would be the kind to have like a curated Instagram, though. I could totally see that. If there's anyone that would have a hog-wild Instagram, though, it would be Pura. She's like the woman to do that. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, I wasn't I was joking. There's probably no Instagram profile by those names. I'm not well, to be frank, I'm not a big Zelda fan. Me neither. I mean, I enjoy Zelda. I like the franchise. I have my favorite games. I know content creators who talk about it, but that doesn't make me a large Zelda fan, just a Zelda fan. I like when the devs make good games. I like when people have a lot to say about the games. But I'm not... You mean the surname thing? Ah, gotcha. Okay. I definitely misunderstood. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, it's in the cutscene after you get all 4 of the rune powers in Breath of the Wild, and you go up. You go up to the top of the Temple of Time. Like the old man has you follow there, and there at the top he shows his true face, you know, with his kingly robes and everything, and he says, "I am Rome Bosphorus Hyrule," after like some quip about memories or what have you. The game makes a big deal about it. You got something else to say? I am determined. Oh, damn, I forgot about that. I would probably have forgotten too if it weren't for the fact that I lived it vicariously along with you guys. Which I have to say, thank you guys again for suggesting Breath of the Wild. You guys voted to make it happen, and I would never have met any of you unless... maybe not any of you. I think I know Sizzling Seal and Axel came before that time, but like slightly before that time. I would not have met most of the rest of you without that. So without those votes. So thanks. But also thanks to everyone for participating in the vote for Tears of the Kingdom as well. I know I said that in the Discord post, but I'm going to say it here live on record to have it be in memoriam forever. Thank you. I am determined to discover the connection between this place and the emergence of the gloom. Sure you are. I sure hope it stays that way. You gonna walk over there, look at that Zonai statue? I would be the touristy type to take pictures in here, though. If I were allowed to take pictures of ruins, I would do it. A lot of times, some things in like modern archaeology sites can be photosensitive, or even classified. So you can't just go willingly snapping photos every which way. You need to ask permission first. I think the first time I saw you was when you were watching Monkey Funk. That checks out. Monkey Funk's good dude, what can I say? Now, his brother Chris, is also a good dude. I don't much watch his channel, but that's only because I don't have such a large penchant for shooters, which is like Chris's bread and butter, if I understand correctly. Hey there, Mal. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. To answer your question, yes, we did. Now, I still have to make the bonus videos, but 2 of those are recordings, and 1 of those is, oh, I need to go back and do the dialogue and everything for after repeatedly beating the illusory Ganon Blights. That's like bonus EX type stuff. It's not, you don't need it for the full completion experience. So yeah, we've moved on to Tears of the Kingdom. The votes were pretty clear. We didn't need to do a second round of voting or anything, so I just went straight into it. Hey there, Housequaker, on YouTube. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll reply to that in 1 second. Sizzling Seal on Twitch says, well, I got to go get ready for bed now. very well. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. Howdy. Have a good rest of your stream, Coin, and good luck with the journey. Thank you so much, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Again, if you guys are on Twitch, please go follow Sizzling Seal. Check out his content. He streams semi-regularly, and I promise you'll have a good time in there. But yeah, thank you. And rest well, my lovely senator. Rest well. And I'll see you again sooner rather than later, hopefully. Returning back to YouTube... Housequaker asks, or says, what real-life archaeological site would you like to explore if I were able? Oh, I've got a few things. I would either like to be able to, like, explore some of the more interesting things about the Angkor Wat, or, you know, have me in the site, like the old site of Pompeii, you know, where the people, like, quite literally were turned into statues. They were petrified after they died. It's always neat to kind of, like, dig through ruins of buildings and, you know, find ways to identify the dead or something about their lifestyle. Who knows, maybe there's there's identification of someone being trans or, you know, having lived a dual experience as both a man and a woman, like passing for one and really being the other, that kind of thing. That's always interesting, because I'm sure people have seen the memes online. It would be nice to, you know, rub it in their face and say archaeology is not that simple, just like biology is not that simple. The discovery is like the bigger reason, but some part of me would receive some small abject bit of joy from saying, you really think you're so confident in your opinion? Here's some irrefutable physical non-AI generated proof that you're wrong. Irrefutably wrong. I would get some measure of joy from that. What about everyone else, including Housequaker? Are you guys familiar with any real-life archaeological sites? And if so, would you ever want to take a visit to them? I'm the studious type. I love doing stuff like that. I love learning. I just wish I could do it more often. More often in, like, more profound ways. I learn something every day, but it's different to go out and live the learned experience. Oh, I spent too long chatting. I got a new controller. I'll flick on the recording for a sec, or yeah, the camera for just a second. Ta-da! Mr. Rowan Darcy got me this. They're awesome. It's like a birthday gift. It's an off-brand new controller with no stick drift on it or anything. So I'm going to take care of this as if it were my own child. It is awesome. It feels pretty good to play with, too. Like, the grips are spread apart just right. The only thing is that, like, the controller is a bit stiff in some areas, but that can be resolved given the time. But yeah, are there any archaeological sites or historical sites that you'd be interested in seeing for yourselves? People thought I was going to say the Egyptian pyramids, didn't they? Zelda says, is this what the Zonai looked like? They seem so different than us. And such large ears. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? Oh, how many photos has Zelda taken of the same statue already? Probably like 30 or 35, if I remember the sound cue correctly. And rising, of course. It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue, Link. Before you do, the ruins we're seeing down here. I'm certain this all must be from the Zonai civilization. Basically, every time she does something is when I should be talking to her. like, either a lead up, before, after. I want to get as much dialogue out of her as possible, because we may not have the ability to do so for very long. I hear Keese.
You're not hurt, are you, Link? Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King. Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend? This is similar to the statues we saw earlier, a Zonai. And these figures look like Hylians. This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens. It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule. This figure, he seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this, it shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it. Link! This is a huge discovery! All right then, now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh. It looks like the rest of the murals are obscured. Just what is this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
Zelda, you have the slate. Did Pura, now that I've heard the name, did Pura give you a camera? Just a camera? Is that what happened? I'm gonna save, because I don't want to lose progress. I can't tell you how excited I am. The murals down here, their images support so much of what historians have written about. Let's look at these for ourselves for just a minute. Now she's gonna stay there while we do this. Awesome. No clicking the slate button. That's not happening. It's basically a Sheikah switch. It's the same thing. Makes sense. Come on, whip out the, I don't know, bombs or something. I find myself wondering, how did this area come to be so forgotten? Why was our history left hidden here? Maybe, I don't think it's the murals, princess. Did the royal family in those ancient times want this place and these murals to remain secret and out of sight? I wouldn't think so, Zelda. I actually think it might be more related to the gloom that's in here. Here's what's really gonna happen. We're gonna end up getting that Pura, like, device. Guaranteed. That's what's gonna happen. And we're gonna upgrade it with abilities of our own. I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something here. Why would anyone want to keep this whole area secret? It can't be because of what's shown in those murals. Okay, so she has the same conclusion I do then. It's something else. I also like that Link is not fighting with a shield, even though he's clearly he's sword and board proficient. I guess it's weird. If I can talk for just a second. Link kind of makes me think of Cloud from Final Fantasy, where even though the Buster Sword could, like, transform into two blades, the dude is gifted with being able to fight in a number of different capacities. He never ever goes in with more protection than whatever materia he might have, or, you know, he uses the blade to block with. Which in like realistic human combat, most combatants either had spears or they did use a shield somewhere along the way. The medieval fantasy of using a sledgehammer or some kind of like battering implement is not, it's fake. Or using like a battle axe is also quite fake. Like, there are real weapons to be sure, but there's a reason there are few of them and they're in museums. It's because people figured out real quick you either needed a spear or you needed some kind of like long catching weapon, or you wore protection. At least until gunpowder and armor-piercing bullets were invented anyway. And then, you know, not so much. I can only hope we'll find more answers farther below. Ooh, I fear I've already missed some dialogue. It's fine, though. It's not like my goal is to get all the dialogue. I just want to get as much of it as I can. Unless you have an AK-47. Hey there, Michael DS. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well today in both health and spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're getting ready to explore the depths of a gloom-filled tomb, and we just got through the cutscene where Zelda and Link discover, like, the imprisonment war, like that lore. The gloom is growing heavier as we go. It's more and more unnerving. There's a reason for that. Look. What is this place? Oh. This isn't a cutscene yet. Let's continue, Link, but we must be extremely careful. We can't do anything anyway. Sure. Okay, cutscene time.
What is that?
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? A blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Link, finally you wake. I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and re-enable some things. And in particular, you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I specifically disabled that during the cutscene there, so that it was basically there in its integrity. So this is probably the time where I first, check in with everybody. Sorry for being silent for so long and everything. I just didn't want to disturb the sanctity of the cutscene. This is kind of like what I do during a first time experience is I presume other people also kind of want to watch along with me and kind of absorb the cutscenes for themselves. So I disable the overlays and things. This is my time to chill. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me thus far. It's really appreciative. I'm really appreciative of that. Sorry. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Following on Twitch gets you some emotes for free, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Don't you care about playing at 30 FPS? What do you mean? Let me look at the options. As far as I'm aware, I don't think I can set the options for FPS anywhere in here. But I do generally... Oh, wait a sec. Do you mean like the Switch 2 version? Is that what we're dealing with here? The frame rate? Maybe I'm perhaps a tad dense, but as far as I understand, I can't really adjust the frame rate any with this. Let me take a quick look while we're right here. Let's just options. Manage software. No, it's definitely not any of that. Let me take just a quick look at the frame rate. I'm pretty sure I'm recording at 60 FPS. Let me cycle through some options. I can't do that through this. Yeah, you can't on the Switch 1, but my question is if you don't care about the low frame rate. I can't really say that FPS matters to me that much. Like the feel, Yeah, I think I kind of get what you're grasping at. I've played games at 20 FPS, Ocarina of Time, 30 FPS, Dark Souls 1, and 60. I don't think I much have a preference for which one. The advertisement section will be coming up in about less than 60 seconds. So just so everyone knows, there are 3 minutes of commercial breaks. 3 minutes of commercials during the break. Definitely feel free to get up and stretch for yourselves, and I'll see you momentarily. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I was trying to tinker with the Firebot settings. Because apparently the timers did not trigger for that. Everything else did, but the timer definitely did not. It's fine, and I have to restart the controller. Yeah, okay. 5 minutes is about what I have before the controller, like, unpairs or whatever. Michael DS, if you're still here, I get what you're grasping at now. You're saying Tears of the Kingdom plays at 30 FPS, right? I looked it up. I did not know what FPS Tears of the Kingdom was operating at. It is 30. But yeah, I am used to games at that low of an FPS. 30 is, I wouldn't say 30 is necessarily indistinguishable from 60 FPS, but I find that in some cases, if I were to, say, boost a 30 FPS game to a 60 FPS game, there are some effects that are based on animation speeds. That's like a big reason, perhaps, not to up the frame rate. For example, in Dark Souls, specifically Dark Souls 1, where the game plays at 30 FPS, if you up it to 60, it's something that the engine can support. But if you don't do anything, you just up the frame rate. Some mechanics, like weapon durability, like break wide open. There are things that you have to do that deliberately deplete your weapon's durability. Anytime you smack a crate, a barrel, you hit something on a wall, or like the big one is anytime you're in like an acid fog type effect that like eats through weapon durability. There are spells that do this. There are certain abilities in Dark Souls 1 that do this. Your weapon is gone if you stand in there for like 2 to 3 seconds because of the way the formulas work. It's based on like the amount of time past each frame. Michael DS says, for me, 30 FPS is almost unplayable. Must be because I play on PC and your FPS is usually always 60 plus. That's fair. On my computer, I believe my gaming computer runs at 119 frames per second. It is capped at 120. You're not supposed to run at 120. You run at 119 whenever it says whenever you select an option to run at 120, you're really running at 119. That's how that option works. Because otherwise you exceed the frame rate of the monitor. There's all kinds of glitchy behavior. Yeah, you don't want that. That's why you can sometimes manually set the monitor's refresh rate and things. I get that. That's why I totally get 30 FPS feeling too clunky. I guess it's just not it definitely is what you said before. I'm used to it. I've played games of all stripes. 30, 60, 20, 20 FPS, so on. I've also been in MMOs where, sometimes just because of the number of people that are in a town, you're moving at 15 frames a second. It's very annoying, but it is very annoying, but if the overall experience is worth it, I find that you can tolerate a lot. Yes, if you exceed the hertz on the monitor, you will not see the difference. Your monitor is 240 hertz. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying your 240 hertz refresh rate on your monitor. That's impressive. I wish I had a monitor that ran at that speed. Maybe mine could if I doctored it, but I don't want to do that. So in this monitor, 30 FPS really does suck. Yeah, I feel you on that. I totally feel you on that. Hey, for you, Michael DS. Let this series be a way for you to live vicariously through me, so that you don't have to burden yourself with playing the 30 FPS game. You did say it was almost unplayable, right? I'm joking. I'm not being serious, by the way. But if people do have hiccups about 30 frames per second, you know, if you are a player that enjoys the Soulsborne game, go play Dark Souls 1. Like, not the remaster, go play the original. I promise that will cure you of your 30 FPS real quick. Or play any PS1 title where you don't emulate it. Like, you actually use the real in-house PS1 or PS2 console. A lot of those games, and you would be surprised at the number of PlayStation 2 games that operate at 30 FPS. You would be surprised at how many people will be cured, quote unquote, of their hang-ups about FPS. It's all about the smooth experience. All right, let's pick up our probably damaged sword. Oh my god, that is a spooky chime. I need that as a soundboard bit. That's freaking wild. Decayed Master Sword. It looks like a Kokiri knife, you know, with the Master Sword handle. The sword that seals the darkness. Its sacred power has been diminished after being ravaged by the gloom beneath Hyrule Castle. Attack with your equipped weapon. Yes, here's the tutorial. For those of you that have not played Breath of the Wild, this is a good tutorial to listen to. I'll make sure I read it. Attack with your equipped weapon. Press Y to attack. On a Pro Controller, that's going to be your like left-hand button near the analogs, the right analog stick. For those of you on Joy-Cons, it'll be that button labeled Y. Or if you've got your Joy-Cons docked into your Switch, you know, the Switch tutorials are, you know, they've made a number of them for whatever controller. It detects I'm using a Pro Controller, so this is what they're giving me. I feel so weak. You're not a big fan of Souls-like games? That's fair. They're certainly not everyone's cup of tea. Souls-like and the Soulsborne games. You either like that amount of arbitrary difficulty and clunk in a game, or you don't. Or you muscle through it for the parts you do enjoy. One of those three things. The only one you played and liked was the Black Myth Wukong. Oh, that's a good one. If it weren't for Oblivion Remastered and I would say Metroid Prime 4, but I don't really feel like supporting Nintendo currently. You know, the next one on my list is Black Myth Wukong. As well as, you know, Kazan, the first Berserker, because I do like those sorts of games. Black Myth Wukong is a good one, and if you've played Black Myth Wukong, you will. Unless it's the sometimes clunky mechanics, you'll be able to take to, say, Elden Ring or Bloodborne like a duck to water. Probably. That game is very hard, I imagine so. I know, what was it? I know Moist Critical complained of the difficulty a tad bit. He talked about it being absolutely wild that a game was this hard. Oh god, who's another big one? I know the Fighting Cowboy has talked about the difficulty of Black Myth Wukong. It's pretty freaking hard. Like muffling language a bit. Yeah, wild ride. But I deal in hard games all the time. I've played Elden Ring Reforged, which like significantly ups the the perceived difficulty of the game. Like it's still the same difficulty as base Elden Ring per se, but the new mechanics make it feel like a fresh game again. That's an overhaul mod for Elden Ring, by the way, in case anyone's like, what the hell is he talking about? The mechanics for the overhaul mod that the mod introduces can make it feel like a really technically challenging experience. So let's cut through these routes. I think I've spent too long gabbing at everybody. Ooh, hello. I'm going to examine. This is not a cutscene, so my camera can be here. What you looking for, Link? Michael DS on Twitch says, I beat the game and said, okay, I don't want to see a Souls-like for a good amount of time. Fair. Valid. Yes. The game can be... Those kinds of games can be like that. I remember when I beat Neo 1 on stream so many years back, I was like, okay, you know, I'm good. I don't need to see a Neo-like title for a while. Which if you're wanting a Neo-style game as opposed to a Soulsborne or Souls-like experience, Kazan the First Berserker fits that bill. It has a lot of Neo-esque type mechanics, and people keep saying it's a Souls-like game. It's not. It's more Neo-like than anything. Okay. We're kind of in a ruined, rubbly, mechanical space with things I can't really do much about, but I am curious. Let's climb up here. Okay. I have to remember I can climb. I can move. I can jump. Let's do that. Because I want to know what's in here. Can I not? Link, this is a solid wall, buddy. You were capable of climbing those before. Wow, Nintendo, you were being so heavy-handed. Don't do that. This is a textured surface. Surely we must be able to climb it. Nope. Nintendo really do be like, no thanks. You need to get the power before to climb up there? Yeah, I hear you. Let's keep going. We'll be able to come back later. I guess Link wouldn't be very used to his prosthetic arm anyway, so that's fair. Anything under here? I like that the game feels so similar, but yet is so different from Breath of the Wild already. I can't wait for the hand powers. What I maybe am a little bit less looking forward to is, you know, how is my personal creativity in problem solving going to be challenged? That might be a thing I struggle with. You jump. There's nothing down there. We probably should just keep moving forward for a little bit. How many hertz is the monitor I'm using right now? So my gaming monitor / gaming PC runs at 119 frames per second. But the capture card I'm using, which is how I'm able to, show this to you guys in the first place, that my capture card is at 60 FPS. So I guess the important thing is the game is running at 30. I can capture up to 60, and I can experience up to 120. But I've never experienced a higher refresh rate than that. Unless it causes my monitor to crash, then I've experienced it many times. Okay, let's open our lovely friend, the treasure chest. Archaic legwear. Simple classic legwear. They're well worn and showing their age, but they still got a few good years left in them. It can be a bit cumbersome to have to tie the straps. Equip weapons, armor, and other gear in here. Yeah, so we get a little bit more of the gear now. We can swap between... and it looks like they've locked the inventory slots, so you're not scrolling through a bunch at once. These are actually dedicated, tabs, which is good. We'll go ahead and wear those. Anything in here? No, I don't think so. Alright. Let's keep moving. Just curious, Michael DS? I take it that's why the question was there. Hello. I'm sorry, what? I guess this is the titular skydiving scene. You know what? Actually, I'll keep my camera winked out for this part. I feel like we might be getting into a cutscene real quick. Oh, that's awesome. I love that we can accelerate our fall in the sky there. Oh, and there are dragons up here. Oh, this is an awesome place. Okay. I thought a cutscene would happen right here, but I guess not. Yeah, because it's funny how people feel different about the frame rate. That's fair. That's certainly very fair. I guess I'll extend that question to anybody else that's watching. How do you guys feel about frame rate in video games? Are you like, ugh, 120 FPS? What are you, some kind of magnate freak? 240? Ew. Or you're like, yay, 240. The higher the FPS, the better. And 30 FPS games, ugh, grody. Or insert what other kind of obviously less hammed up answer than I just gave. I said that to entertain everybody. I want you guys to know that. The fog's rolling in. There's an autumn color scheme. Oh my goodness. I'll have you guys know my favorite seasons are fall and then spring in that order. I'm very much I enjoy a good winter. Don't get me wrong. But specifically autumn. The leaves are always a nice ripe color. You know, they're flush, yellow, orange, red. Nature is the most beautiful in fall. I personally think. And there are some things that still bloom in fall, so... I love this. Sky shroom, a common mushroom that grows near trees on sky islands. Eat it to restore health. Ooh, these are like more prolific acorns. Weird, but okay. For me, it's more... Michael DS says, for me, it's more like history games, 40 to 60 FPS is the minimum. Online games, 60 plus. When you say history games, what do you mean precisely? If you don't mind my asking. Like console type games? Or things played on the telly? Or something else? Okay. Select weapon. Equip or take out a weapon from your inventory. Press right on the D-pad. And then select the right stick to cycle through, just like in Breath of the Wild. I like that a tree branch is way better than our sword. Single player games. Okay, understood. So it's not something specific. You're making a distinction between multiplayer and single player games. Makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that, Michael DS. Much appreciated. I think for me, when it comes to multiplayer games, I don't care so much about the frame rate. I care more that the game is stable. Is the frame rate stable? Or is there going to be a bunch of hiccuping, you know, every time I go into a major, like, player hub? Is it going to... Am I going to have to turn my, you know, 3060, or like 3070 capture card gaming PC into a potato? If I have to use potato settings to play the game, I'm a little bit less interested. I want a nice mix. I want to have the game relatively pleasing to look at. It doesn't need to be perfect, but the art style and stuff does need to be consistent. And the frame rate has to be smooth. That's all I care about. I've played a number of different kinds of games with you guys. I have grown a lot more tolerant of other art styles as a result of having played the game. Common fruit eaten by people since ancient times. Eat it fresh or cook it to increase the effect. Ooh. Any attack that causes your weapon to break becomes critical, dealing 2 times damage. Michael DS says, I don't know if in English you guys use the word story for games that focus on telling a story, or just call it a single player game. Okay, I see where we're going. It kind of depends. When we say a storytelling game in English, like the common like way we might say a story game is either in RPGs or action adventure games with a heavy story like this one. I've heard sometimes that these get called storytelling games. More commonly, there's a specific kind of game called like a narrative novel type of game. So things like, oh goodness, what is it? There's like an offshoot of Minecraft and like The Walking Dead. There's like a specific set of games where the story and the choices you make are kind of the whole game, and you don't really have portions of the game like this right now where we're in combat. Like, there is no story being told. When every second of the game is nothing but story, that's when typically the storytelling or history type game gets that sort of tag. At least the way I've heard it or seen it used. These days, I think English is kind of a nebulous language where everything is starting to kind of all lose its meaning. It's like that scene it's like the very first episode of the Powderpuff Girls. That cartoon where, spoilers, the super like super strong, super like gifted superhero girls have to fight a clown who steals the color from everything, and he became sort of infected with loss of color. That's kind of what I feel like is happening to the English language. Everything is kind of losing its meaning all at once because everybody keeps using different words, the same words, to mean 50 different things. And in language, when you do that, I'm exaggerating, but it is happening. Someone will use a word to unironically mean something that is not at all close to what the word means and go, well, this is how I'm using it. Deal with it. Common things are like, I hate to say it this way, but like racism, and even to some extent things like the word Nazi kind of lose their luster. They lose their punch when everyone uses those sorts of words for, oh, these people don't act like I want them to, they're racist. There are some people who do that. Or hate crime is another pair of words that people unironically use loosely in jokes all the time, and it loses its meaning. Like, the word is debased. The words are debased and devalued not to mean what they originally meant. They become catechisms or phrases or idioms. They turn into idioms where people can kind of use them for whatever. Don't like that. I hate that type of thing in language. Let me make sure I have read the chat accordingly. What the heck? Oh, that's weird. I don't know why. I must have mashed a toggle button somewhere. Okay. I may or may not have... No, I can still see the chat fine. Okay. As expected, it is different than what we call it. Now, I should also say I'm kind of giving you my perspective on it more than anything. So, like, this is how I've seen the words used, or how I generally see that specific label applied to a game. You can talk to another English speaker in, say, America, or like the United States, or the UK, or Australia, or any other places that speak English, and you might get a completely different answer. You would have to specifically ask for the dictionary definition. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. Can't be here now? Maybe come in later? Very well. But thank you for popping on in. Hopefully whatever comes for you is... whatever you're going through is, going smoothly for you. Nice new triangle green thing. Thank you, thank you. Michael DS on Twitch says, it's easier to just say single player game at the end of the day. Fair enough. Yeah, and it gets the point across. Storytelling game is like a specific sub-label you could apply. I'll take a tree branch. And we have parts. Soldier construct horn. A blade-like horn from a soldier construct. It's very sharp, so handle with care. and a Zonai charge. Material used as a power source for constructs and other devices. Its strange light seems to reveal potent energy inside. Cool. Guess let's poke around the ruins then. Wooden stick. Tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. Equip it and use it as a weapon. We get a nice club. Bear Type says, "Oh, Coin, you may not believe it, but you got a free PS5 from somebody. He said it doesn't work, but it kind of works good. Lucky guy, I suppose." I wonder about that. I hope you got it through legitimate means. Not saying you did anything wrong, but I hope the guy you're getting it from is like not trying to scam you. I would hate for that to happen. No controller, but you bought one today? Awesome. Awesome. I hope you enjoy your PS5. And again, that you weren't scammed for it. The only bad thing is that the HDMI needs to be perfectly good. It was free, so how can you get scammed? I don't know. I guess my impression of whenever you get like a free expensive console from someone, my thought can be, okay, cool, it's free. What's the catch? Is there a catch? It's general thinking. Again, I hope you enjoy it. And if the worst thing is, oh, well, the HDMI has to be perfectly socketed in, okay, so be it. I'm being worried. I'm being cautious. That's all. Don't mind me. Sometimes worry is irrational. Pick up a whole bunch of tree branches. Now, are there things at the tops of these trees? Everybody, we all remember Breath of the Wild. At the tops of the trees would be bird eggs. Ooh, I better be careful how far I jump. A fresh bird egg necessary for making dishes such as omelets and crepes. You can snag them from... What the heck? Oh, I'm stepping on a cord. Omelets and crepes. You can snack them from birds' nests if you're sneaky. Nutritious and delicious. Perfect for cooking. Or, you know, if you just climb 50 trees, you'll get some. Well, 50 large trees. Let me be specific. Let's take a quick detour and, you know, look for some bird eggs. The more bird eggs we get, the better. We need all the food and materials we can get right now. We know how the beginning of Breath of the Wild goes. If you're studious, you'll grab everything that moves in the beginning. Because we're gonna have to make food or eat it raw. Okay. Good, good. You can throw the weapon in your hand, just like in Breath of the Wild. You press and hold your weapon, and then you release it, just like I was doing with the... Hello? Select a material to throw? What? Why can we throw materials? That's new. Interesting. Oh, it's probably for, like, the mechanic or whatever, because we might have to throw things around and make them stick or something. That's what I'm thinking of here. Oh no. Is this boss? Ah, never mind. Cool, I was worried about that. Michael DS says, you're playing Tears of the Kingdom on PC, and the game is so beautiful at 1440p. I'm glad that I'm glad that you have a really pretty looking Breath of the Wild. I bet this game does look amazing at higher resolutions. It really truly does. It looks good at its base resolution too, I might add. Link, I have waited for you. Princess Zelda left something for you in my care. It's the Pura pad. Pura pad. Pour a pad on me. This is the Pura pad. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with direction. It's a Sheikah slate, everybody. Rebranded as not a Sheikah slate. We turn it on. We turn it on. The Sheikah symbol comes out. Princess Zelda's prized device. It has a variety of features that are essential for adventure. Use the features of the Pura pad here. Yes, I don't mean that below that resolution it's not beautiful. It's a beautiful game. But that said, I am happy you were able to experience it at a higher resolution. I didn't mean to come across as admonishing you or whatever. That certainly was not my intention. I'm trying to think of a game that I've experienced at a higher resolution than expected. The last game I could think of that was super pretty to look at that I've enjoyed through my gaming PC was either Elder Scrolls Online, where I was able to experience it at 119 frames per second, and at... Oh, why am I saying frame rate? You're talking about pixel dimensions. Oof. Yes, streamer brain has definitely settled in today. I'm trying to think of any game I've enjoyed at a higher than average resolution, or with like significant image upscaling as well. There's nothing that I have in my library that comes to mind. Not even something like, I don't know, even Skyrim. I can't really enjoy it that upscaled. I would need a whole new graphics card to do that. I would need like a 4 or 5K series card. And your boy too broke to afford it. And I would also need a new power source to go with the graphics card. Sorry, there was an insect fluttering in my room. Let's continue. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. Do you know what my PC's graphics processing unit is? It is a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060. Pretty specifically. I'm pretty confident it's a 3060. I can actually look that up for you real quick. Give me 1 second. Just gotta, you guys don't have to worry about this. This is the beauty of being able to stream on a computer that's hooked to like two different things at the same time. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, not a 3060. It is an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080. I remember yep. That's checking out now. I even tried to downgrade my own computer's graphics card. Yeah, I've got the best that money can reasonably buy for when I was a college student just a couple years ago. I had to replace or get a second computer. I wanted to make sure it was a good one. It's a good GPU. You can play some games on 1440p with DLSS. Yeah, I probably can. I should fiddle around with that. I just have to make sure my monitor can keep up. Like, the GPU is fine, but I've got, like, a NVIDIA G-Sync monitor. So I have to have, like, native... I have to have native vertical sync turned on, or there's all kinds of screen tearing going on. My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. My message has been delivered. Where am I, Mr. Construct? We stand in the Garden of Time. The Temple of Time is visible from here. It was used in the distant past. Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held there. But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. Find Princess Zelda. Are we just opening portals right now? Is that what's happening? The game does make us wait to have a good time, doesn't it? Who knows? Maybe after, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, assuming you guys, you know, want to pick the next game and don't want to just leave it up to me. That's what the vote's going to be. You know, I can certainly swing some options in my arsenal. I even have, like, Cyberpunk. I have access to Cyberpunk 2077. I have access to some things that could test my graphics card if you guys really want to see that. But at the same time, we're limited to 1980p, or we're not 1980. We're limited to 1080p at 60 FPS. Like, I'm constrained by my capture card when it comes to my streaming computer more than anything. Now, if I had two internal capture cards, one for the streaming computer and one for the gaming computer, then I could, like, you know, I'm kind of freed from that. That's kind of my constraint right now, is, you know, a capture card. Is I have to work within the confines of the capture card. Okay. Oh, let's talk to the steward again before we fiddle around with the Sheikah slate. I was out, yeah. Now I'm back if you talk to me. What, you weren't here? No problem, Michael DS. I was just saying, I was just kind of going on about the fact that I could, after Tears of the Kingdom is done and everything, you know, assuming you guys vote for it, I could play some games that provide some more strain or stress testing for my graphics card. I can do that. The problem is, and it looks like I have to change the text on the chat box here. It's my capture card. I'm constrained by my capture card if I were to stream something on my gaming computer, or using my gaming computer, I should say. The resolution on the capture card that it will actually record on is, you know, 60 FPS and 1080p. So even if I could stream higher, you guys would get a visually displeasing experience, to say the least. I would be able to enjoy it at the higher resolution, but you guys would get artifacting and all kinds of trouble. I don't want that. So maybe I've thought about fundraising for a capture card, or like an internal capture card. Hello, Zonai charge. Yep, awesome. Love that for me. Let's grab everything that's here. All the apples and stuff. Let's crack out our panel here. Ooh, that's a nice... That is a nice map we have here. Got main quests. Ooh, it's written very different too. Cool. Steward Construct, Great Sky Island. This is a nice UI, I have to say. You found yourself on a strange island in the sky after you awoke. A Steward Construct claimed that Princess Zelda gave it her Purapad, all to get it into your hands. The device's map shows a yellow point of light. The construct said that's where you'll find the princess. And we've got the album. Ah, she took some snappies for me. Awesome. You don't need a new GPU for now, TBH, at least in your opinion. I appreciate that, Michael DS. That's a nice bit of flattery you have there, sir. You thought it was like a GTX 1080 Ti? That's fair. My streaming computer has a GTX 1060. So it is very much an artifact of the early 2010s, late 2000s. No, I'm sorry. I guess that would be the middle 2010s, because that's when I would have been able to use such a computer and get such a computer. That's when it was bought for me. Was around then. I'm gonna throw away this tree branch. Your friend has a GTX 750 Ti 2 gigabyte. Fair. Hello, you seem to be new here. Do you intend to use that as a weapon against the soldier construct? Soldier construct? Hold on. Yeah, I've seen similar styles or similar specs of graphics card around the world. Apparently they're kind of hard to get depending on, better specs of card are very expensive. I know if a good graphics card is like $1,000 US. And that was before the tariffs and the pandemic. I can't imagine how expensive a graphics card is elsewhere. I really couldn't. He's struggling to run anything. Yeah, that is definitely potato specs right there. That is you don't use that computer unless you are unless you're using it as an office computer, and even then, I can imagine video viewing, just YouTube viewing, it can be quite the problem. Although these days, given what we are experiencing with the internet and everything, I almost think that's a blessing in disguise. Really, I do. Because the internet is becoming more and more dead and filled with more and more AI slop. You can't even tell what's human and what's non-human anymore. Being on the internet is, unless you're using it as part of your business, is just asking to get in trouble. There's been, and I'll talk, rather than me rattling on about what I remember watching, you guys should go check out Moist Critical. He recently did a video on this where he talked about, how content creation is going with AI being as prolific as it is in the space. He's played a lot of games with you. That's good. That's good. I'm glad he's capable of doing that, but it definitely does sound like he's struggle busing it a whole bunch. Soldier constructs are those of us given strict orders to protect this land. The Zonai who created us directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser. You must treat them as a serious threat. Allow me to offer unsolicited advice. It is crucial to maintain a proper distance and target your opponent. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. Just like in Breath of the Wild, you press the left trigger, ZL, to effectively target something, and it'll help with spacing. You may practice targeting on me if you want. Oh, but please do not actually attack. Sure. Targeting practiced. It's so nice to be engrossed in a new game. I have to say, I enjoyed Breath of the Wild, but it's nice to have and it is the same system after all. It's so nice to be in a new, fresh coat of paint again. I hope that Tears of the Kingdom will, in fact, reinvigorate my somewhat diminished capacity to enjoy Breath of the Wild, or like this particular game engine as a whole. Okay. See, we've moved to a different biome completely. Yeah, you overpaid for your old RTX 3050 on pandemic times. You bought it for $600 US. Yeah, I think better versions of that family of capture card go for like $499 now. US. I've been shopping around for graphics cards recently. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, ladies, gents, and non-binary people, that is my cue to do the major shilling. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel and help the channel grow and support it. You know, subscribing and following and so on. And of course, your presence here, even without doing those things, is enough for me. But if you do feel like financially contributing in some manner, please know that you get a variety of rewards for doing so. First and foremost, you know, if you guys want to see yourselves on any of these plaques, like the one for this month, any of these placards, you know, your financial support goes recognized. I read them at the start of every stream after, you know, the ads have gone through and everything. Just toggle this back on. In addition, you know, for those of you that financially support through Twitch, get more emotes, like, I don't know, say this one. Or if you have an Amazon Prime account and use your free Prime Gaming package or free Prime Gaming subscription. Thank you so much, good sir, for your continued Prime subscription renewal. Please enjoy all the benefits that come with that, as well as the animated emote I just put into the chat now, along with all of the others. Thank you so much for your contribution. But yeah, it comes with a little alert. You get emotes and all that other fun stuff. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend that you check out the link tree in the description that has Patreon and Coffee. Speaking of which, Patreon and Coffee. Let's talk about that. I thought I had set it to $2. I did not. I set it to $1. So for $1 a month, if you want to get an extra vote on any kind of like voting that we do on the server, or other benefits that typically come along at the Prime Gaming tier, $1 a month gets you all of that. It just won't get you the reduction on ads. Twitch makes people pay a lot more for that, but $1, if you have $1 to spare, you know, every buck helps. It's free. The Discord is free even without all that. But $1 a month will get you like the ability to access the thumbnails earlier ahead of schedule. And if I release any you know, exclusive or semi-exclusive content on Patreon or Coffee, you guys get to see that first. So there are very good reasons to use Patreon and Coffee over, say, like a Twitch subscription. There are pros and cons to all of that stuff, but I think I've waxed poetic about adverts and stuff enough for those of you that have come in. I'll remind you that the 3-minute ad break is coming up, so definitely feel free, to get up, stretch, grab a snack, and all that. And I will. I don't think I can get access to the camera function right now. But definitely. What the heck was that noise? Definitely do feel free to do any of those things, and whenever we come back from the scheduled ad break, we'll pick up right back where we left off from. That being exploring the lands of the sky, and all that. I should probably just go right toward the objective. I have yet to get any of the functions on the Pura pad. Oh, I forgot to change the... hi there. I forgot to change over the automatic alerts. Or the automatic message. I forgot to do that. Don't worry, I'll explain that stuff after we come back from the commercial break. Let's see. This pepper is exploding with... oh, I will read that when we come back. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I did have to, I did have to answer one of nature's calls. I also spilt something a little bit hot on myself, so it took me a few moments to get that squared away. But hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of their commercial break. Hopefully it's not the commercials. Sometimes commercials are funny, but I would imagine in most cases, very much not the case. Spicy pepper. Let's start by reading, and then I will check right back in with all of our lovely senators today. This pepper is exploding with spice. Cook with it to create dishes that will raise your body temperature and help you withstand the cold. Speaking of, we should probably do that. Let's see if our good old friend, the shroom skewer comes into play. New! So it marks when we've done it before. Spicy fruit and mushroom mix grants low-level cold resistance. This dish contrasts the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. To check a meal's ingredients, select it from your inventory and then select check recipe. So if we do, we'll go ahead and check it. Oh, you get a card! You get a card! This is better! Wow! I mean, I know that this was, components of this were being developed, in conjunction with Breath of the Wild. I have to say, I am pleased that they moved this to Tears of the Kingdom and came up with a new info card system to do that. This looks way better. We can even check the recipe, and we can even select for a recipe. Our specific food comes with a recipe card that we can automatically toggle the ingredients for. That's amazing. That's gonna make the process of full completion so much better. So much better. I'm gonna return to game. Nope. By most used, by type. How do I decrease? Oh, so okay, it's not like hold or don't hold. It's decrease or add once you start holding. Okay. Let's make some let's make some food that resists the cold. Spicy simmered fruit. This sweet dish is made by heaping tasty fruits into a pan and simmering until tender. I could go for an omelet right now. Or, not omelet. I could go for some... I've never had simmered fruit, actually. Or even, like, any kind of fruit mash before. I've never had fruit that way. Let's have ourselves an omelet. Do 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 do.
Oh, give it a rest.
Grants low-level cold resistance. This simple dish is common all over Hyrule. Simply fry egg until it's nice and plump. I'm gonna hold that and do things like this. I think egg and mushroom makes like a mushroom omelet. Nope, it just goes into an omelet. Okay. And then we're going to hold 5 of these. This simple mushroom-packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. And then we're going to do the same thing with these apples. Discover as we go, so that all we have to do is go through the cards one by one later. Okay, all that is simmered fruit. So now we're going to hold it and cook an apple. I said we're gonna cook an apple. Oh, it's because of the surface we're putting it on. Game, I need you to let me do this. Oh, okay. It was actually working. Baked apple. Direct heat has softened and sweetened this apple. Eat it to restore 3/4 of a heart. Same deal. Oh, you know what we could do? We can actually, like, roast this in the cook pot by itself. Nice crit for... Ooh, very nice crit. Spicy sauteed peppers. Grants low-level cold resistance. The spiciness of these sauteed peppers has been broken by the heat for a sweeter taste. Mmm. Next thing, campfire time. That's amazing. A charred pepper. A pepper that's been gently caressed by an open flame. It's much less spicy now. And I don't want to cook. Put this near the fire, please. I said put it near the open flame, Link. Like that. Toasty sky shroom. I could go for some toasted mushrooms. A simply grilled sky shroom. The heat brings out its flavor and can increase the amount of health it can restore. In other news, you know, my folks are going to be headed to Nashville. Here in the States. So I'll have the house to myself for the next few days. Or, you know, starting on the weekend. I'm pretty sure it's Thursday when they're leaving. I plan on cooking, everybody. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make penne arrabbiata, or angry pasta, and I'm gonna try to make pesto pasta as well while they're gone. And I'll post some pictures in the Discord. I got a question for everybody. What kind of pasta dishes do you like, if any? And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, Iron Jandal. You'll have to tell me if that's how I've said it and if I've said it correctly. Sorry, if I'm saying it right and that's how it should be said. Let me clarify that. Iron Jandal on Twitch says, "Bro, this is a Zelda game. What part are you playing? What type?" I am playing Tears of the Kingdom. And we are in the beginning stages. We've already got our arm, like, replaced with the prosthetic arm. And we are exploring the sky part of the kingdom. Iron Jandal, is this your, like, what level of familiarity or experience do you have with Breath of the Wild? If and you don't mind my asking. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, and I hope you come to enjoy your stay here with the channel for the time being. I'm having a blast, even though I'm playing very basic with the game. We've just come off of completing... Why am I talking so fast? Sorry, am I doing that? Let me would you like me to repeat what I said, but slower this time? I have a tendency to do that sometimes. Like, talk quickly. Wow, you know when I've never actually been told that before. I'm not a super relaxed... I'm not a generally relaxed person. I'm schmoovin' all the time. I'm gonna head down here. We have security robots at the ready. No, give me a tree branch, please. Wow. I swear I'm better at this game. Give me that long stick, thank you. A long stick fashioned from a tree branch. Its straight shape makes it work well for a lunging weapon. Your style is nice, but don't talk too fast so we can understand you. Understood. I will slow down the pace of my talking. If you would please allow me to try again then. Iron Jandal, if you don't mind answering or like responding or answering to the question, whatever way you wish. You know, what is your level of experience with Breath of the Wild? Or not Breath of the Wild. I'm wired to say that. Tears of the Kingdom. And as well, you know, hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. I hope that is a sufficiently slower speed. I should write that particular thing down. I'm a bit older, so I gotta write stuff like this down sometimes. Alright, let's get out of this combat situation, because I much prefer the more relaxed pacing of the music. That's nice. I will definitely take all of those lovely materials. Michael DS on Twitch says, I will play Tears of the Kingdom now. Good luck. Good live. Good luck, probably. Or, you know, have a good rest of the stream, really. And see you, Coin. Thank you so much for your Prime subscription again, Michael DS. And thank you so much for hanging out with me as long as you have. Good luck with Tears of the Kingdom. I hope you enjoy it. And my lovely senator, I hope to see you back here sooner rather than later inside these hallowed halls of mine. And with that, let's get back to the gaming. And more importantly, this steward over here. Ah, I roasted that. But it is yours if you want it. It was to sound like have a good rest of life. Okay, so it was for the stream then. Good. Good live, and see you later. Thank you for the clarification again, Michael DS. Much appreciated. You roast them? Oh, I had not noticed before that you were unfamiliar to me. My apologies. Among my tasks is to explain anything that visitors might require knowledge of. You may have questions about this place. Please rest assured that a construct can answer them. I recall that your question was about roasting food. I roast ingredients by placing them beside the fire. I do not eat, but I'm given to understand that it improves the taste. Do you eat for pleasure then, Mr. Construct? Our creators roasted ingredients in order to enhance the nutritional value. Do you have ingredients? I invite you to use this fire to roast them. He says, well, there was a cook pot back there that I've already demonstrated all of that with. I can't be too picky with weapons. Let's grab that one. I hope everybody is enjoying the gameplay today, and maybe the commentary as well. I kind of have the personality of a wet mop sometimes. I do. I can struggle to know what to say next, and as someone was very polite in pointing out that there wasn't any name calling or anything, I'm very grateful for the feedback. You know, I speak quickly, sometimes perhaps too quickly. I want everyone to know that if you ever have a criticism or a critique like that, feel free to share. Just be nice about it. Just like Iron Jandal was. Because that helps me out. I have been streaming for basically a decade, maybe a little bit more or less than that, but streaming is an art, not a science. So, did you move locations? I think you did. I want people to know that as long as they're being polite, they are more than welcome to say things like that. I also have a place in my Discord server for critiques like that as well. It is called content critiques, or content suggestions, in my Discord server, where people can give me all sorts of advice. You know, just word it politely. You know, don't call names, don't shame, or do your best not to do those things. No, I mean, communication is itself a science and an art at the same time. So, make of that what you will. But all I'm going to do is at least ask. Hello, Mr. Stuart Construct. You are welcome to warm yourself by the fire. I encourage you to roast any ingredients that you've brought with you. You are welcome to visit again. Let's go ahead and get up this stone steps here. Maybe somewhere along the way, find our lovely princess, who should be a queen. That's still such a thing. It's like Princess Peach. Princess Peach is the ruler of her kingdom, but never goes by the stated title of queen, or never even refers to herself as a ruler, which I think is very strange. Where's the Toad Regent then? Where's the person who is actually ruling the kingdom then? Old wooden shield. An aged, worn-out wooden shield. It can withstand lighter attacks, such as arrows. Block when using a one-handed weapon. It's your lock-on button, basically. Same as in Breath of the Wild. Rusty broadsword. This once fearsome sword has seen better days. It can do some damage in the right hands, but also breaks quickly. I will drop a branch for that. What is everyone's experience with Tears of the Kingdom, if and you don't mind my asking? Does everyone generally tend to enjoy games like this? Or are you on the opposite end of the spectrum? Can't stand games like this. I have a friend who's like that. He's very much a shooters or bust guy. Is there a cutscene? I should be ready for one.
That door will open only to those with sufficient power. I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you. It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me. I am Raru. Forgive me for appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form. In any case, that arm should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so. You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place filled with sacred light. Of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island? The shrines. Yes, I am sure they are the key.
The closed door. Your adventures will be detailed here. Let's read. When you tried to open the door to the Temple of Time, Rauru appeared and said that he was the original owner of your new arm. He also said you need to revitalize the arm so the power of its touch will open the door. To do that, visit the island shrines. A green light spirals above each of them. Okay, well that one's there. They're obviously gonna make me walk over there. That's fine. My goodness. I haven't actually had time yet to... Or like the positioning to even talk about the cutscenes. The cutscenes are fantastic in this game. They're awesome. I am enjoying the story. And is it just me, or does Dimitri from Fire Emblem Three Houses share like the same voice actor as Rauru? I have I feel like their voice actors for those two are similar. Hey there, NK. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. There is a guardian up there. Okay. NK on Twitch says, I'm doing summer extracurriculars. That's cool. So you came late? No worries. How's Tears going? Tears is going just great. We just got our start. We just got our start, and we only just now met Rauru, more or less. And we've kind of been taking our time with the game. I haven't yet, like, deviated too far from the path. Because we have yet to, like, collect certain things that would make our, to make deviating from the path worthwhile. But as soon as I get the opportunity to do so, I'm going to. This is probably a good time to I'm gonna toggle a action real quick. Also, what sort of extracurriculars are you doing, NK, if you don't mind my asking? If that's, like, sensitive or whatever, that's cool. You know, don't worry about mentioning that. But I'm curious, is it like a club activity or something? Me personally, using that topic as a springboard, I was never really the extracurricular type. I was either in class or at home. One of those two things. My sibling, on the other hand, extracurriculars every day of the week. Just about. Or constantly doing something in order to, you know, make accomplishments for themselves. Where is this? It's a timer. It's a timer. Okay. Yep. I am going to... I'm going to disable the trigger. And I'm going to disable the command timer for now until I can... until I've changed the text on it. You're playing Echoes of Wisdom? Cool, cool. How is that particular game going for you? Or is it, are you enjoying it? Or is it more like meh, whatever? And NK also says more of a summer camp. That's fair. I have been to a summer camp. they can be interesting. They can also be battlegrounds for bullies. Or, you know, uncomfortable camp counselors, but I have been to some. The ones I went to were fine. I remember in middle school when I was in Maryland at the time, like there was I want to say there was like something equivalent to the Y. It's not the Y because that's like a gym, but there were places for kids to hang out if you were like a latchkey child or couldn't be by yourself or your parents were working or whatever. I did spend a good chunk of time in places like that growing up. In high school, or as soon as I moved toward the southern states, that stopped being a thing. You know, then I became a latchkey child and I knew what that was like. But early on as a kid, no, I was in plenty of places after school or even during the summer if I wasn't, you know, with parents or whatever. Attack with a bow. Equip a bow to attack enemies from afar. Just like in Breath of the Wild. Like that is the same. Let me read these, because we have not done that yet for this game. A common arrow. Its shaft was carved from the wood of a sturdy tree. Old wooden bow. A wooden bow from the olden days. It's built for hunting, but it's not very powerful. I will take all of the, you know, sweet loot on offer. Now, we want to be heading up there. There's gonna be some stairs, so for now let's just take the route on the ground. We're starting to get some better weapons. We're still in stick territory, but I'm not really seeing wooden branches so much anymore. Or at least I'm not looking around for a wooden branch, let me put it that way. I'm sure I could find tree branches if I wanted to. Ooh. Rushrooms. A mushroom that can grow almost anywhere but prefers ceilings and sheer cliffs. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. I am quite enjoying Tears of the Kingdom. The UI and like the quality of life improvements are fantastic. I can easily see just from within the 2 hours we've been playing of, mostly cutscenes, but what little I have spent in playtime, the game already makes itself apparent why it's better than Breath of the Wild or what have you. I'm gonna enjoy the many episodes I get to make out of all this. I can't. I kind of just have to wait. There are gonna be a lot more fragmented, rocky places that I can't get across, huh? Okay, let's open stuff up then. There's probably gonna be a cutscene too. I can imagine it. Or it's more mystical than that? Never mind. But we do get it as a teleportation point. That's good. Your progress in Echoes of Wisdom is that you've completed 2 dungeons and I'm now doing the Jabu one. Nice, nice. Are you enjoying the gameplay? Or has it taken a while to maybe grow on you or whatever? I know that Echoes of Wisdom feels a little bit more hit or miss just based on, what people have said in Reddit or what have you. You enjoy it? Good. So oh, okay, this is happening in the game. Cool. Don't need to wink that stuff out yet. And I also had to catch a cough there. So you've made it here. This What is the log button? Oh my god. They made a dial. Wow. So we can actually go back and see this. Why wasn't this present in Breath of the Wild? Why? I feel like the other games have... It must have been like a time constraints thing. This is what happens when you can build off the successes of a previous installment. I mean, a dialogue log is not a deal breaker in games. You have to like pay attention, but having this makes the Let's Play experience so much better for everyone involved. Myself and you guys. We can read the dialogue together. It does take us out of the sounds of the game, though, to do that. You have the Lionel Echo, which is the most powerful one, but you can't use it yet. Lionel Echo. Is that in reference to Echoes of Wisdom or this game? Just making sure I haven't, like, crossed the streams somewhere. Resume. This is a shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Echoes. Okay, that game. Oh, right. The echoes are like the summoning mechanic, right? If I recall correctly. Now then, extend your hand. Whoops. Wrong one. Ah, the titular mechanic is here. Ultra Hand. Grab and move objects. Rotate them and stick them to other objects. Wow! This is the Ultra Hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you will be able to build a great number of things. Really, anything you can imagine. Magnesis, but better. You have said that before. This is where I get stuck on the magnesis part and forget the rest of it clearly. Because the mind likes what is familiar. I'm joking, of course. Use Ultra Hand and receive the blessing from the shrine. You got it, Mr. Raru. Activate the ability in your right hand. The ability to create. But we haven't yet gotten the ability to store parts yet. We're just moving stuff around. Okay, and so just like magnesis, it's anything that glows that you could pick up. Well, that's neat. You can kind of like... Oh my goodness, this is so precise. I'm sorry, I know I'm being basic, but I am kind of like fiddling around with this. And I can even reset the position as well. That is awesome. Okay. Just figuring out how it all works. Oh, I actually had to rotate it there. I'm rotating it vertically. What gives, game? There we go. Just like that. Yay, I get brownie points for moving a tile. I feel so silly now. Okay, what's the deal with this, though? Why have a ladder here? Or there, for that matter? Oh, would it be because what if I fell down during the building process? Sure. Ah, yes. I can attach it like so. Let's do things this way. Let's rotate like this and attach it like so. Bridges. Simple stuff. Simple is good. I like simple. Oh, and let's try... Okay, so you literally have to shimmy it to break it free. Not that I want to do that, but it's nice to know that you're kind of like making ectoplasmic glue with what you're doing. You're literally gluing objects together. I'm gonna take this with me in case I need the components later. Like this. Come on, get up there. I guess I can like rotate it like this and kind of like prop it up. Maybe you can literally climb up and get this. Okay, I'm learning. This system is going to be fun once we get to it. A fossilized resin with a caramel-esque sheen to it. It's been valued as a component in decorations and crafting since ancient times. Okay, what else do we have in here? Better take these parts with me. Oh, you know what? I better also take the chest with me. I have to lift the chest up. Let's do it like this. So here, our positioning matters for how we rotate things. Sorry, I'm definitely on autopilot mode. Just a little bit. Let's do it like this. Let's attach this. Okay, so we can basically move. We can rotate. I'm trying to think what direction we can't rotate from. So we can rotate X. About the X, or I'm sorry, about the Y axis, or around the X axis, basically, of the part in question. Let's reset it so it's flat. And then we can carry the whole thing with us. Just like this. Yeah, this is really cool. It's not quite up my alley yet, but it is really cool. Okay, so here we have... Okay, what does it want us to do here? We can unhook the part. Okay, so let's do it this way then. But the ball... Oh, okay, okay. So we've got a pair of hooks. These are chains. These are, like, fastened to the wall. But these things, that we can do something with. We probably don't need this treasure chest. Can also look down here and find nothing. So what was your guys' first experience with Ultra Hand? You know, if you guys have played Tears of the Kingdom before, I'm gonna have to untrain my brain from Breath of the Wild. Was this like an experience you took to, like, ducks take to water? Or, you know, did you really struggle to get along with the mechanics, so to speak? I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Can't we technically just... Sorry, I hate being such a simpleton, but... you literally cannot. You have to do things the intended way right now. Alright. Let me rotate that. We literally can't. Oh, this is separated by floor. This is separated by floor. That's what's happening. Okay, I guess it's just kind of taking a second. Okay. I guess this thing is like... Oh, this is giving me an example of how to build it. Okay. So we literally want this. Let's get this extra fastening bit over here. Like this. Wee! Simple and strong. But the thing does respect physics. Good to know. Okay, let's not go doing that yet. Let's make sure I don't have anything else in here to do. Okay, and so certain things have definitely been postmarked not to be grabbed with the Ultra Hand. Good. I think that's everything. We got like the... Yeah, we got the chest. We're good to go. You have done well to reach this place. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. It has suffused itself into your arm, Master Link. A light of blessing. A crystal that glows with a light that purges ancient evil and purifies with its radiance. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Don't tell me we have to make it out of here on our own. No, we just straight up, it's like we walk out. We can imagine ourselves walking out. That's cool. I bet we're going to have to learn something else, though. You did very well getting through that shrine, and you've restored an ability. This is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door to the Temple of Time. You may want to mark the shrines in the distance with pins, then you'll never lose track of where they are. The Pura pad offers you a very useful scope. It's quite handy. View distant things and mark them with pins. Press the right stick in, place a pin. Ooh, we get 6 pins instead of 5. Okay, that's 1. And the second one. I've marked 1 of them, but I wasn't able to mark a second one. What gives? I guess let's keep looking. Ah, there's another one. I just have to wait for freaking cloud to pass. Makes sense. Okay. Let's try to cross through this way then. Oh, I'm absolutely gonna like this this game and all of its mechanics. That means we have to literally make our way to where it is we're trying to go. So we need to glue things like that. What did I attach it to just there? Oh, there's another board. Okay. Let's not attach it yet. There's a whole bunch of boards. Same deal. Link, move that over this way. And like this. I like this. I hope this is the thing I really want to see back like so. Let's go ahead and rotate. Now, why do I get the feeling that this isn't going to quite be enough? Yeah, we need more. We need to actually use things to secure the bridge in place so it doesn't just slip and fall. Like that. Now we can slide things over like this. Yay! All kinds of structures. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Well, you guys know what that means. Commercial will be coming along soon enough, but before that, I do want to thank everyone for hanging around with me so far. And the nice thing about all this is that, you know, we don't have to worry about... Can we grab trees? Nah, never mind. What the heck? Why? This can make, like, structures down to the island. What was the point of doing things this way, then? Anyway, they last 3 minutes long. You guys kind of know how the spiel goes. I recommend everyone, you know, get a break, like, get up, stretch, grab a snack, what have you. And, you know, as soon as the commercial is done and dusted, we'll be, you know, back to what we were doing the whole time. This game is awesome. I'm gonna enjoy this, but it is gonna take me some time to learn how to play it. We could stick mushrooms together? Why? Interesting. I'm sure that'll become more effective once we get some of the other abilities later. Raru? I see that they're still at work even now. We originally created the constructs to assist us in our endeavors. All of us were fond of them. I never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. The fact that their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they perform it still, it is disquieting to me. I am troubled by the sight of the constructs we created. They still strive to fulfill their purpose, even when anyone who would benefit is gone. To see them toil away still, it grieves me. Maybe not so much for the servants, but, you know, for the other people. For like, the soldiers, right? Drop the last one and get an axe. A portable bundle of wood. You can use this to make a campfire if you have something to light it. Fix your gaze forward. Face it head on. Pardon me, I was absorbed in my woodcutting. Are you here for woodcutting too? Woodcutting is the practice of chopping down trees to create logs. Logs can be combined to assemble platforms. You can also chop them down further to make wood. Lumber has many uses. That is why I come here daily to chop wood. And yet I still find it difficult to chop them down in the intended direction. That is why you may have heard me muttering to myself, fix your gaze forward, face it head on. I apologize, I've been rambling for some time. There is an axe I no longer need over there. It is yours to use if you want to do some wood cutting. I'm sure am going to make good use of that. Although a raft has already been assembled for us, so I'm not really sure. We probably want to make a bridge and then turn it into a raft. So let's do that. We may even also be able to turn the raft into a bridge, which would be way more ideal. This has lit up a part of my brain I haven't used. I only use this when I make thumbnails. Like, I definitely don't use it in the same way when I'm playing a game. Oh, this is awesome. I enjoy it. The tough part is, you know, how am I going to orient the bridge? But we can do that after we come back from break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I had a bit of a news feed come in and was listening to it for a hot second, but hopefully everybody just double check this and make sure the capture card hasn't frozen. Looks good. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Let's try to make our last hour together a good one today. Hey there, for Showy. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I know, sick, right? Sitting there at the pause screen for 3 minutes. Sick gameplay. But, jesting aside, you know, I hope to invoke some sick gameplay once I've had a chance to refamiliarize myself with the Breath of the Wild controls, as well as, you know, the differences between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, as well as my recent Pro Controller replacement. Like, some of the controls feel a little bit stiffer compared to a standard Pro Controller. So, it's going to be tough. Now, how do I need to position this? Link, grab the thing. Thank you. Kind of like this. Let's move that out this way. Oh, man. This is going to stress test the game something fierce. I feel like we could just bring that... We should just be able to make that jump all on our own, or like really close. Is this my first playthrough? It is. It is. What about yourself, for Showy? What kind of experience do you have with Tears of the Kingdom? Is this you know, a long-standing game for you, or have you only just gotten it yourself? I've had all manner of people you know, share their experience with me so far. It's amazing to get people who have, you know, barely picked up the game versus, you know, people that have been playing it for 2 years now. Okay, do something like that. Maybe find a way. Oh, is this another? This is a different weapon. We got another tree branch. Let's drop that. You have one playthrough for 220 hours. 100%ing. So are you in the process of fully completing, aka 100%ing the game? Or are you, have you already done that? I have one guy who's a regular in here. He's like, with Breath of the Wild, which was the last game we played on the channel, literally last Friday, he had enough playtime to like beat the game 3 times over, and was considering speed running it once he got done with like extracurriculars or had spare time. Not quite done. About 95% of the way through. Nice. Nice. What's been holding back the last 5%, if and you don't mind my asking? Is it the Koroks? I know there are 1,000 in this game. There were 900 of them. Is that another log? That's another log. I know there are 900 in Breath of the Wild, which I painstakingly collected all 900 of them. That was a real process and a half. Lack of motivation makes sense. Long games like this can be quite tedious to do sometimes. You did get 1,000 Koroks, though. Cool, so that's not the cause of it then. Just motivation then. Makes sense. Housequaker on YouTube says, also we are multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So if Twitch and YouTube, you two want to say hi to each other, feel free. Although I don't recommend a cross-platform conversation. But highs and hellos are manageable. Housequaker says, nice Mithra picture, by the way. I think I was at around 450 hours with 2 Breath of the Wild runs and 200 hours with Tears of the Kingdom, both fully completed. What is that noise? I have zero clue what that noise is. Like some sort of alarm or siren or something. Okay. Now that we've gotten this across, let's move the raft over and start building a proper one. Here's one awkward stick. Hold on. 2 comments. For Shoei said, took me a month to get to all of them. I can imagine. I'm gonna try to do the 1,000 of them like ongoing. So I will be pulling up a guide later to like help me get these as we cross through each region, because lifting random rocks is quite an arbitrary thing. I did this with Breath of the Wild, so it's not too different for me to do that with Tears of the Kingdom. Let me make this a little bit more sturdy. No, don't you even think about rolling away. And then Housequaker on YouTube, as soon as I can get the chat, Housequaker on YouTube asks, are you planning on 100%ing or fully completing Tears of the Kingdom? Yes. What the heck? Why is that? Oh, it's because it's not fastened to all the logs. Do it like this. That's weird. Oh, and if I do that, it's going to rotate the whole thing. But yes, I do intend on fully completing Tears of the Kingdom. I have no idea how long that's going to take me. Now that I'm streaming every day, basically other than the weekend, with any luck, it'll take me at least, or hopefully, the same amount of time that it took us to complete Breath of the Wild, streaming mostly 3 days a week, and that was about 6 months. Just making sure I've read everything. First Shoei on Twitch says, not gonna lie, getting 1,000 in Tears of the Kingdom is easier than compared to Breath of the Wild, where you had to get 900. Way better movement items. I can definitely imagine so, because I know you can build some impressive movement devices. You know what I could do is I could stick these together, because I have what I need for a ramp, and it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about making the jump. So we just staple these together. Oh, that whole thing is movable? No. Oh, this is gonna be kind of finicky, though. I need to, like, make sure these are exact. So, from what I can see, just moving things around with Ultra Hand, it's definitely very much a grid system with, like, snapping turned on. Oh, that wasn't quite good enough. Nice. It's very much like a grid system with snapping points, but at the same time, the awkwardness with snapping creates some, like, awkward imprecision at points. I also need to be careful. I'm used to Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom, I'm back to being basic. Boring. I have to, like, actually climb again. For Shoei says, I'm sorry, but Breath of the Wild 100% is about 800 or 8 hours. Excuse me. My goodness. 8 hours, and Tears of the Kingdom is 28 hours with a speed run. Yeah, I am definitely, that's on like a speed run, you said? Okay, I can stand on this little lip. That is not a long range for Ultra Hand at all. Let me get on this. Why can I not grab it all of a sudden? I imagine it would take me significantly longer. Oh, I just straight up can't grab it. That's weird. Yeah, there's straight up just less range. Okay, well, that's alright. I'm gonna trust that, I can make the jump then. And if not, I guess I can always chop more, trees. That's a tight jump, but I can do it. Okay. For Shoei, and I suppose other people as well, since you've fully completed the game, at least actually, that was Tears of the Kingdom. I take it you fully completed Breath of the Wild, for Shoei? Just double checking to make sure I haven't missed something in our conversation. But I suppose I will ask the follow-up question for everyone else. Was there anything about the full completion experience that's been particularly frustrating? I talked about this last Friday, when when we beat Breath of the Wild. The 100% experience is... It's all right. There are parts of it that are great, and the parts of it that stink, they stink. Like the Koroks. Like, I mean, it stinks. Man, these jokes write themselves. That's pretty much the summation of what I think about it as well. Like, fully, completely, utterly just didn't need to take the inside joke 900 entities. What is this? Can I climb this? I can. Wow, this game is a lot more open. It felt really closed at first, but it feels so much more open than Breath of the Wild. There's so many ways to do things, it's not funny. Hello? Interesting. Hey there, Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How goes work, university, or the personal brainstorming projects you've been working on? Take your pick of any of those, or whatever you want to, really. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me make sure I've responded to all comments. For Shoei says, I would say the most frustrating part about fully completing or 100%ing Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is maxing out the armor. That was also a pretty frustrating process. And if you didn't have the DLC in Breath of the Wild, there are a lot more armor pieces. Yup, I did have the DLC. I don't have the amiibo. Like, I have 0 amiibo, or I would have been crying. Because a lot of the amiibo armor takes star fragments to upgrade. And instead of having, like, 15 of them that I had to worry about. I would have needed to use 80 of them. Awful. Awful. Rasby says, let me generate an Excel spreadsheet and a few graphs. Sorry, I know I kind of bombarded you with a litany of options there, but I know that's the typical stuff we've talked about. That's why I rattled it off. That's all. Housequaker on YouTube says, having an added Under and Skyworld is brutal. So many named locations that contribute to completion percentage. Ah, yes, 3 maps. I can't wait to deal with 3 maps. Look at this. It's the same size. All the maps are the same size. But there are now 3 of them. Yeah, that's gonna be hella rough for memory on me. Rasby on Twitch says, sounds like there's a lot of activity here today. Well, I'm sorry, give me 2 seconds. Give me a couple more seconds. Sorry, I had random insect come in and I didn't know what it was. It looked like some sort of fire ant made its way in here. Don't like that. Those suckers hurt. So I killed it. Sorry, and I may have to go looking around for future insects as well. Word is traveling, ambition is stirring in distant cities. We can use this, Rasby says. Well, I did share the stream with social media today. Oh, I thought you had a sudden powerful need for exercise. No, I'm afraid I was worried about getting bit more than anything. I did not want... it kind of had an orangey brown hue to it, like an amber hue. So I thought it might have been a spider or something. You know, like a small baby spider, which I wasn't going to tolerate in the room. Sorry. I'm not afraid of spiders, but I don't want to get bit either. Not happening. Yes, I had a powerful need to not be bitten. You damn right. You absolutely right. But yeah, we have a couple of new people today, and I definitely have to say, I think I can like take this off and rotate it. Oh, is this whole base thing a raft? Yeah, it is. It's a 3 log raft. That's what's going on. The thing you love most about Tears of the Kingdom is weapon fusing. There's so many combos and synergies. Oh, we have not gotten to the fusing mechanic yet. I know that is coming. Yeah, we can't. There's no way we're getting to that. I need to cut down some trees. That's what I need to do. Often found on the ground near trees, squirrels adore this nut. So you may have competition while foraging. Add one to a meal for nutty seasoning. A Korok frond. Okay. I mean, it's different. For Shoei also loves big numbers. I am an RPG enthusiast. I too love big number. Raspy says on Twitch says, I don't know much about Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know what TOTW would be, but I know about TOTK. But I can certainly say that kingdoms in general are cool. For Shoei says that's nuts. The jokes and the puns write themselves, everybody. Rasby says he likes round numbers. 25 to 30 are my jam. Which nuts? The acorns. I didn't even read the frond. It's fine. Oh, this isn't a leaf. Oh, right, it's different. I'm used to Korok leaves, not these fronds. Okay. Makes sense. Oh, those nuts. Yes. Oh, this game is like a whole different cup of tea than I'm used to. Well, there is a small tree that it can probably break off a wooden branch for. Like that. And if I take this and drop it, I can then take this leaf and attach it. And we've got ourselves a portable little fan. What? Or not? Okay. Oh, we can stick it together, but we haven't found, or maybe I stuck the wrong end. Let's see. No, that doesn't work. I think I specifically need the next mechanic. Yeah, I was being real cute, but we're not quite there yet. Okay. I need fuse. Yeah, I'm discovering that. But in all seriousness, I do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. We've got another half hour before I have to conclude, but it's nice to see some fresh faces in here. It really, truly is. To tell you guys a bit more about myself, for those that have not been, you know, a long-time veterans, such as Mr. Rasby himself, I am an action-adventure and RPG game enthusiast. I typically stream this type of stuff. It's my bread and butter. But I have played a variety of other action-adventure / RPG titles. I've played things ranging from Neo to Dark Souls to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Tales of Berseria for a short time. I've even played some more distinctly smaller things like Doki Doki Literature Club or Stanley's Parable or what? Yeah, Stanley Parable? The Stanley Parables. There we go. This stream is undercovered political propaganda. Everything is undercover political propaganda. If you know where to look, good sir. What did I just see? Hang on, citizen of the sky. I'm coming. Oh, Doki Doki and the Stanley Parable. I remember those days. I do too. Those were some interesting times. Are you on edge or are you tolerating the birds? My next batch will also be tasty. But I've played a litany of things on this channel. I even did PUBG at one point. So I've put my, I've put my foot in a few different arenas. But games like these are my bread and butter. They're my home. I quite enjoy the storytelling that comes along with the game. We can always use the game to, talk about something more deep and profound. That maybe perhaps we wouldn't otherwise be able to talk about if we were playing something like, I don't know, Fortnite. It's like the big thing everybody's doing is Fortnite. Continues to be a big thing everyone's doing. I could not hold a conversation and play a game like that. I'd have to, talk between rounds or in matchmaking or whatever. My concentration would be tested. So I find myself more attracted to streaming games like this. So I hope everybody who comes here for the RPG action-adventure experience enjoys that. I stream pretty much every day of the business week, Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also have a community Discord. I'm looking to cultivate it one heart and mind at a time, and we vote on things. If you guys want to join the Discord server to participate in voting whenever that comes up, or, you know, find a quiet, like-minded community, knock yourselves out, or don't. You're like, all of it is your choice. Let me go ahead and get that command ready for you. There we go. For the Twitch and the YouTube peeps, there's my Discord server. And I hope that now that I'm going to be using social media a little bit more, I totally forgot to read the dialogue. Oh, no, I did read it. I don't know what I was doing. Doing 5 things at once, the stream. Do feel free to check it out. I guess that's all I've got to say. Or don't. I am nobody's parent. I will not tell people what to do. For Shoei says, glory to the CCP. Perhaps. Raspy says, for new people, we also have a cult. Send me your personal details and I can order a nice coat with some text on it. No, not the merch conversation again. I'm not ready for that. I don't have the means to do that. Clothing would be nice, but it's also the thing every streamer does, is like clothing. If I were, I'm not ready for that like level of engagement with content creation yet, but if I were to make merch, clothing would not be my first choice. I would definitely pick something else. Perhaps something I can print with a 3D printer that I can ship myself. Every cult does that too. So unoriginal. I know, right? But that I find that merch is kind of like a hot topic among like audiences today, given like the tumult happening around the world. For Shoei says on Twitch, the ambience is nice in this game. I agree. I do quite enjoy the ambience. So I've loved the designs of everything in this game. Like, just in the 3 hours I've spent playing. Everything has a nice, rich, crisp fall aesthetic. And fall is one of my favorite seasons ever. Maybe right alongside spring. This culinary construct do be ambienting efficiently. He do be doing that. We're waiting for the meal to be cooked. Yes, let me not gab at you guys and let's get to talking. Pardon me for not noticing you. I was absorbed in preparing my next meal. I do not recall having seen you before today. I must doubly apologize for my inattentiveness. It is the duty of a construct to field any questions that those, such as yourself, may have. You may pose these questions to any construct. Any construct? What about the soldier ones, though? We will answer them as best we can. Are you interested in my cooking? Cooking? Ah, you seem to be uneducated when it comes to cooking. Very well. You will learn how to create a meal on my own. I mean, I don't need it, but for the new people who are here that maybe have not played Tears of the Kingdom before, we're going to engage in the tutorial. I think that's good Let's Play practice. So let's do that. Cooking step 1. Hold the ingredients. I'm watching to see if there's an insect in here. Hold the ingredients in your arms. Step 2, throw them into a pot over a lit fire. Cooking complete. That is the simple version. The world of cooking can be as complex as you want. There are many possible dishes. What you make and what effect you gain depends on the ingredients used. Some meals are warming. others replenish stamina. Tiny organisms known as critters and monster parts are not food. Save them as the base for elixirs. This information was provided by our creators, but I cannot eat, so take it with a grain of salt. Food joke. Oh, we got a jokester here, everybody. Or a real right bender, if you ask me. I will remain stationed here. Ask me anytime you have further questions about cooking. Oh dear, it is already late. I was too absorbed in cooking to notice. I will rest until the next time bell. Do not let that dissuade you if you have questions. No, you're not allowed to rest. What else do you have to teach? Have you learned what you can on making meals and elixirs? Both consumables can bestow a variety of effects. I'm here to provide answers to any questions you might have. What about brewing elixirs? Throw tiny organisms known as critters and monster parts into a pot. The process is the same, only the materials differ. Do not mix them with cooking ingredients. The results are unappetizing. Okay, little bit of pushback. That is not entirely true. However, only certain cooking ingredients can be used. If I recall correctly, and this is based on my knowledge in Breath of the Wild, which should have carried over to Tears of the Kingdom, you can put in chickaloo nut. I don't think those exist in Tears. But acorns do. You can throw in acorns with elixirs, and the elixir will restore a tiny bit of health, if I remember correctly. Again, that's for the uninitiated or people who are new. Something else I should say about my streams before we continue is, you know, whenever I can, and especially even in a first-time experience like what this LP is supposed to be, if I have knowledge or information that I think might be useful or helpful, I will also share it. Like, my style of stream is also kind of a bit of a walkthrough. If I can help you while helping myself, I will also do that. Because I think that contributes to a better experience for everyone. You have any other questions? Potential effect. Right. The restless crickets hopping around here restore vigor when used in elixirs. This is one example. There are many others. The name often expresses the nature. There's a pot nearby. It is there for your use in cooking. I already demonstrated it, but I will do so again. Especially because there are things I have not used before, like, I don't know, say a stam bulb. Oh, it restores stamina. Oh, it's like what is it? Stamella shrooms. Energizing simmered fruit. Now for those that have come in that have not like seen what we did, that have not seen the cooking process, let me show you a few new things that have changed between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If we check the recipe, we no longer get the little item card with we no longer get the item card where we see the 5 items or however many you threw into it, or what have you. We get like an individual recipe card that contains a history of like the last 5 times we made that particular kind of item. So if you make it the same way all the time, you'll have a pretty easy reference over things you can throw in to the cook pot. And we can even select for a recipe, and we're suddenly holding all of them. This is way, way better. I don't need to show that right now, but let's make this a nice humming there. That's a nice little callback. Let's make some skewers. Simple mushroom pack skewer, right? I've already read that. We don't need to read that anymore. I'm absolutely engrossed in this game all over again. And you know a game is good when you can do that. What other kinds of games do you guys regularly engross yourselves? Or maybe not even just games, but are there activities that you can get regularly engrossed in? I don't know why I'm walking this way. I need to walk this other way. I mean, I get engrossed in all kinds of, like, games. Stardew Valley, Elden Ring, Skyrim, Slay the Spire. So, like, indie games, too. Not even just regular AAAs. I play a variety of stuff. And if the game is good, then I do... If the game is good and it's in my wheelhouse, I do get engrossed in it. I will definitely pick up a stamp bulb. So the stamp bulbs are like green onions, basically, if I'm seeing it right. Oh boy. Ah! Another plate. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Ah, and the stamella shroom is also here. A nutritious mushroom, chock full of natural energy. Cook it to release its stamina restoration properties. Hello? This is awful. Where's my friend? Huh? You can see me? I'm a Korok, one of the children of the forest. Oh no. I was traveling with my friend, but we got separated. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. Ah. This is what we had to deal with. Okay. Okay, and now this time we have to actually construct a platform. It's fine. That's not super difficult. I'll just grab a couple more of these. Make a nice platform out of them. I'm going to enjoy this game more once I get the hang of... Once I get a hang of all the mechanics. But I am enjoying at least the Ultra Hand mechanic we had so far. I'm gonna... There we go. Taking a hot minute to, like, snap things into place and rotate them. I wish this functionality had existed in Breath of the Wild. It would have been nice to rotate things more freely in that game, but Breath of the Wild was like a good proof of concept, and so Tears of the Kingdom is like an extension of that concept. Okay, we're gonna pick you up there. Why are you going oof there, big guy? What? Okay, let's stick the lift back on this. And now let's get going. I'll be able to pick up the pace once I kind of know what I'm doing. For people on Twitch, I'm pretty sure this also works on YouTube, but you do need a different symbol. But for those of you on Twitch, if you type in !, TOTK goals. That stands for Tears of the Kingdom goals, as well as TOTK path. That should demonstrate, you know, how I kind of intend to go about. I don't need to do that. I need to unstick this. I gotta carry you all the way over. All right. There's my friend. I made it, thanks to you. Reunited at last, thanks. I'd like to give you something. No, 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 no. But here's all I have. No, 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 no.
Me not that kind of orc.
I don't need your excrement, tree children. I don't need it. Keep it to yourself. The small seed was given to you by a Korok. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. Bye! I like how these tree children just give me their crap and leave. For those who are not in on the joke, in Breath of the Wild, 3 of the devs on the dev team revealed that, oh, did that unload the thing? It did not unload the thing. Good. Revealed that the Koroks are a giant poop joke. The whole kit and caboodle. Poop joke. All of it. Very dirty. Very, very dirty. Gross, grody. I mean, I guess poop jokes are never not funny, but like, come on. Now I have to worry about whatever I'm breaking actually being, you know, whatever I'm breaking, you know, could I have used it for something later? Speaking of, where's the next one? That's over here. Slap that on like so. Maybe move it out a little bit. And then it should move down the slick surface. Oh, did we need to, did I need to take the raft with me? Let's see if I can't find one. Okay. Thick stick. A thick bat cut from a large tree. It's not the sturdiest weapon, but its heavy end does have a bit of power behind it. Thick stick, huh? I guess I'm the pervert today. It's fine. Yeah, Koroks are one big poop joke. And of course, what did they do? They gave us more of a poop joke. They gave us 1,000 units more of the poop joke. And, you know, said it was good. I can't with these devs, man. Hold on, let me swim quietly. Ancient arowana, a lively fish that hasn't changed much since ancient times. Its nutritious meat can restore a bit of health. Can it now? Okay, I need to think about how I want to do this. I kind of need to be able... Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I need to figure out some other way. Ooh, hello, nice sail. We found one. Good. I was worried about that. So now we can attach that back to the platform we had, and we can actually get a move on, which is nice. Okay, let's move that over here. Take this off the thing. Like so. Like that. And then let's shimmy off these hooks. That's number 1. There's number 2. And now we grab the sail. This is going to be fun once we actually get into the thick of things. We are still managing to get stuck on this. Let's fix that. I wonder if I could have made this a little bit better. Right now, we're kind of at the mercy of the wind or whatever. I'm also hoping we get a camera, because we're gonna have to take photos of all these things. There's gonna be another compendium or something, guaranteed. That's gonna be a wild ride. Also, the reason we had to build this raft is that we couldn't actually swim across ourselves. We needed to do that. Now, please don't make me have to carry that particular device across. Choo-choo jelly. A gelatinous substance that came from a choo-choo. It's unusable in this state, but applying a bit of elemental stimulation will change its form. NK says, yes. Ah. I know, I'm speaking the obvious, aren't I? We're about to get into, like, this. I think this is going to be the fuse mechanic. Also, what's pursuing me over there? A choo-choo. In Issa Shrine. I felt like I was at the height of power before, and now, you know, I'm kind of having to, like, walk the path again. Like, my muscle memory is gonna make me feel like I can do more than I actually can do, if that's making any sense. That's good. My muscle memory is going to be tough to get used to. It's going to be tough for my muscle memory to get used to, like, this level of power again. So, you've made it here. Now then, extend your right hand. I believe this is the fuse mechanic based on the icon. Attach something to an equipped weapon or shield to enhance it. You can undo the fusion, but that will destroy whatever has been attached. This is the fuse ability. It allows you to fuse something nearby to your weapon or shield, thereby enhancing it. Why not pick up that sword just ahead and then fuse a nearby object to it? Use fuse and receive the blessing from the shrine. You can quickly set an ability. Oh, you've got a radial wheel. That's cool. That's better than, like, the sliding thing earlier. Honestly, the weapons should have been radial. Okay. So we've got A rusty claymore, a two-handed sword not properly cared for. Although it can be used as a weapon, its durability is very low. Don't expect it to last for more than a few strikes. Thank you, Saribot, for banning that bot. Much appreciated. Oh, we have to choose what we're... I wonder if I should... No, we need to fuse it to something. Let me not use that and instead take a thick stick and put a thing on it. Okay. It's gonna take me some time to get used to like these new controls. Okay, I think I see what I need to do. Stick them together, like so. And then we literally beat the, we literally fuse, we literally make a giant mallet out of this. Oh, we need one of these, not all of them. Okay. I'm learning. Let's unstick. Put that off to the side. Switch back to fuse. Like that. Items fused to equipment are detachable via your inventory. Okay. So I think for the sake of the streaming session, we're gonna complete the shrine, and then we're going to, you know, call it good for an episode. What do we have in here, though? There may be more than one chest in here. I will take some arrows. That's nice. Fire fruit. A fruit that generates heat when struck. Cooked correctly, its heating properties improve blood flow and stimulate muscles to raise attack power in high temperatures. It wants us to fuse one of these. I'm gonna collect a lot of these, but it wants us to fuse our bow or our arrows to the fire fruit here. Yes, we know about readying a bow, and we know about attaching, oh, we have to keep the bow drawn. Okay. Oh, so we pluck these. We don't use fuse to attach these. I guess we could have, though. And then we literally do this. Wow. This is gonna be a fun game. But I feel my creativity will not do it justice. A key to a door inside a shrine of light. Fuse is fun. I agree. I'm having fun in just the limited capacity that I'm using it right now. I've seen the machines, though. I know people can do some incredible things with Ultra Hand and Fuse put together. We had the fun abilities. I'm pretty sure the last one is like the simple, you know, get to the other side of something through a material ability, if I remember correctly. Let's attach a fire fruit. jump out of the way of an attack at the last moment to execute a perfect dodge, which I just did. Rock hammer. And a construct bow. A bow used by a captain construct. Though simply built, it is made of fireproof material and won't catch fire as wooden bows do. Captain construct horn. Oh, so there's like a separate statistic for everything you can fuse. Interesting. This wavy, double-edged, blade-like horn is formidable when it comes to slashing. Attach it to a weapon to increase attack power. So if I look at our materials here, oh, so all of our materials can be fused for other okay, learning is happening. I'm gonna equip a stick here and throw it away so we can get this other rock hammer. Interesting. Okay, what's up here on the opposite end that we can make use of? Nothing, but I know what we... Oh, you know what we could do? Is instead of that, we can equip a wooden stick. Oh, I don't think we can do that unless we drop it. Let's try. Okay, it uses it up, but you can do that. Okay. Do it again, but with a metal one this time. I don't know if that's gonna work. And then, was there something up there on that platform? I don't think so. But I don't know what my vantage point is. It almost feels like I can, but I know better. All right. Rock hammer time. And is that... Hold on, but we already got all the chests in here. That's good. I'm just gonna poke my nose around a little bit. I think we're good. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. I can tell already. I'm gonna be a more creative person when this is all finished. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. I think I'll keep this cutscene around the first few times, and then afterwards I'll, like, maybe for the sake of time, like, go ahead and skip it. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Oh, it's gonna make that noise every time. So I wonder if any like subtle storytelling thing can be gleaned from the fact that these things make noise when you talk to them. Link. I came because there is something I failed to give you. Please take it. Ooh, did we get the battery? We got the battery. Energy Cell, a gift from a Zonai construct. Designed to be worn on a belt, it can power Zonai devices. What I have just given you is an energy cell. It is required to make use of the tools known as Zonai devices. I cannot demonstrate its utility because there are no Zonai devices right here. I do have associates on the other side of that cave system. They can teach you how to use this. I hope that the energy cell I provided is useful to you. We're gonna have some fun. This definitely felt like an excellent step to like further revitalize this particular way that the game is being designed, like this particular iteration of The Legend of Zelda. I would love if more games were like this, but I do get that some Zelda purists were like, no, this isn't what we signed up for. Please give us the MacGuffin, like collecting the MacGuffins, getting the linear dungeon items that maybe perhaps are useful a little bit more outside of their dungeon, and then, you know, actually write a compelling story. Maybe that's all they really wanted was that. And, like, more of it. As Matt Pat would say, you know, sometimes the modern audience, the modern audience does kind of kill a game because they weren't clear on what they meant by the word new. Hey there, Monkey Funk. 4D, welcome in, good sir. Good to see you. You're coming in on the tail end of a stream, unfortunately, but it is good to see you nonetheless. Hopefully you are doing well in both health and spirit, good sir. And I hope that you enjoy the fleeting moments before the stream closes. What game is dead? Oh, I didn't mean this particular one or like any particular game. I meant more like, how do I describe what I'm my topic here? Okay, so like a long-lived franchise and its many spin-offs. Like a franchise or a franchise of a specific kind of game has a formula, right? The Metroid Prime franchise has a formula. The Metroid series has a formula. Or Call of Duty has a specific formula, the way that the game is designed to be played. And when a company that is well known for a game franchise decides to take that franchise and do something completely different with it, based on the usual feedback of this is getting stale, I don't like what you're putting out anymore, do something else. Sometimes the act of doing something new with old material, which is what a company will typically try to do to save money, is met with fierce resistance and sometimes even severe backlash. And it doesn't even have to be like, oh, Call of Duty, but what if it wasn't a strict shooter anymore? What if Mass Effect and Call of Duty had a child instead? Something like that. That would definitely cause a lot of Call of Duty enjoyers to maybe chafe at the thought of that, especially if that's all they play, that's what they want to play. That can be... especially if a company does too much of that, it can kill the franchise, because then people are like, oh, what product do we believe in? Do we believe in the old you with one formula, or do we believe in the new you with the new formula? Kind of like Legend of Zelda experiences sometimes. What formula do we believe in? What iteration was the best? That's moreover what I meant. Monkey Funk 4D on Twitch says, I am doing well. Good. Still trying to adjust to recent busyness, but we are doing great. Good. I hope the busyness is at least smooth, or the thing that is making you busy is smooth. I won't inquire what that is because it's not my business. But I do hope it is going smoothly. And then you go on to say Call of Duty definitely suffers from that. Yes. But I only mentioned Call of Duty again as a part of a list of franchises that may attempt to do something new with their game after their litany of customers ask for it and then go, why didn't you guys buy it when they mint out the new thing? Games like Okami, for instance, like Okami HD, or Okami 2, the sequel, are more examples of where a company that might be known for a different game does not make games like that, like Okami, that are very novel and very different very often because they don't sell. They don't sell as well. Companies are business oriented after all. That's what they want to do. They want to make money, and they can't make money off of, novelty unless it literally explodes. Like it blows up in popularity. And most games with a high degree of novelty don't do that. It takes time for that type of stuff to fade in. And in a landscape and era of instantaneous, exponential profit that's basically required, and the fact that funding and money everywhere is drying up like lotus seeds that have been left too far out into the sun, it's kind of telling of what kind of landscape gaming is right now. Maybe one day we can return to where discovery and novelty are the things that sell. But right now in the gaming space, it's not that. You need to empirically show that what you make will sell. Kind of like in science, where you need to... you can't really take journeys of discovery anymore. Like Mendel and his pea plant experiments. That was kind of a fit of fancy. You don't really do that in science. You don't just go... Because with biology in specific... with so many theories on how life originated and everything before we settled on, it's, at conception. It's, life at the cellular level. Before we got to that point, we had theories ranging from genetic blending to we literally made homunculi inside of ourselves and we birthed them. As though the sitting mother that was pregnant was spawning something rather than giving birth to something. Like that mindset is very wildly different. What the field of biology, and especially when it came to genetics, it doesn't really solve sometimes it doesn't solve a problem. Sometimes it's a philosophical question that must be answered. What is the origin of life? And how do we better understand what the origins of life are? We continually try to learn all the time. But unfortunately, science that doesn't have a tangible financial or immediate benefit that doesn't cost money, you kind of need to make the funding for that. You need to show that the science sells. And if it doesn't sell, it's not worth the time. That's the thing about living in a financial system, is that things that aren't worth the time to make money from are hurled by the wayside. They really are. And it stinks. It sucks. It makes life less vibrant, less full of choice, because instead of the choices feeling personal and free, they're forced for whatever reason. Forced to survive, forced in order to meet some other purpose instead of just exercising truly free will and engaging in science or whatever the activity is for its own sake. Sorry, but I know my mind is kind of weird that it can bridge lots of different topics like that, but everything is interdisciplinary when you think about it. Everything is. You just have to take the time to think through these things. I'm very good at that. I'm at home a lot, perpetually almost. I can think through things a lot. I'm very good at that. I would normally raid, but I need to have a relationship with a few more streamers in the evening before I feel comfortable doing so. So unfortunately, this is where the gravy train of Twitch and YouTube interactivity comes to an end. That said, I do want to thank everyone so much for hanging out with me. And Mr. Monkey Funk, let me give you a shout out on the way out my door. On the way out my door, so sorry, I totally forgot about that. Mr. Monkey Funk does play a variety of games just like myself. And he has a much wider range of stuff he can play than I do. He works really hard on his content. You guys should check him out if you're on Twitch, if at all possible. I really, truly stress that. He is a good Twitch associate, and dare I say, a Twitch friend. One I've been cultivating a relationship with for quite some time. I hope that comment is received well. We'll be back tomorrow with more of this. We'll be getting the one of the last two known mechanics that I know of. I don't know what I'll do with that thumbnail yet, but I'm thinking. I'll be thinking on that. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just like always. You guys have been awesome. Definitely feel free to check out the description on YouTube or the About Me section on Twitch, or you could check the link tree on Twitch, your choice. For all of the stuff, feel free to click on all the things, do all the things, or none of the things. I'm not your parent. I won't tell you what to do. Click if you want to, don't otherwise. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end things here. My name is Coin. This has been an episode, the very first episode of many, I'm sure, of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. And with that, my lovely senators and inductees, do stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves out there. It's a dangerous world, even more so in the past week, more than anything else. But do stay safe. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.